So the process will start by dipping into the furnace. As we dip into that furnace, we'll rotate, gather some glass on the end of the rod, blow into the pipe, and then cap it, and a bubble will come out of the end of the pipe. Can we please see the goblet diagram? So as whenever you get a chance to put it up. So if you look up at the big screen there, you'll see that we make the bowl first, and then everything else is connecting parts. So the avolio, the optic ball is optional. Everything between the bowl and the foot, it's optional. It doesn't have to be done, but you can do it that traditional way of creating. Welcome here to the Hot Shop at the Museum of Glass. We are making goblets for the day. Our goblets are designed to accent or to complement our decanters for our Red Hot Gala. We'll make two goblets and one decanter, and they'll be sold as a set during the gala. Could we see some of our years past goblets and decanter sets? So we'll go in and blow into the end of the pipe. And as we expand, the bubble will be shaped. And this, we're just making the cut portion, so the top portion of our goblet. A little bit of glass on the end there will function as a button to protect the bottom of the cup. So now we'll use an additional rod and we'll attach a punty to it so we're able to open up the top. So what we did was we added a transfer rod onto the bottom, and then now we're gonna open up the lip. So this is gonna make it functional. And he'll go in where there was once a small access point to the blowpipe. He'll go in and start to open up the cup to make it into more of a bowl. So as we get into the process, welcome into the hot shop. Come on in. I'll let you guys know exactly what's happening in the process. So today we're making cups. The goblets here on the podium are designed for our annual gala. We'll have 2 goblets and then 1 pitcher, so 1 decanter. My name is Emily, and if you guys have any questions, you're more than welcome to raise your hand, ask a question, and then I'll answer your questions one at a time. So we'll knock it off. We're gonna place it into an oven here. We're gonna place them into the garage where they will rest, and they have to rest there because what happens is can we see the diagram for the goblets? We have to make a lot of cups before we create the actual goblet itself, so the entire thing. So if we could see the goblet diagram, the top portion we refer to as the bowl or the cup. And what we'll do is we'll make multiple different cups, and then we'll go in and we'll work on the avolio, the object ball, the stem, and the foot. So as you can see, we've gathered glass from the furnace. The furnace are these large silver tank with black doors. And so once we gather the glass, it's kind of like lava, kind of like honey. We'll blow into the end of the pipe when we're ready, and then it'll create a bubble. And that is how we get the cup. Can we see the furnace diagram? So the furnace is where we gather all the glass from. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it holds about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass at 2,100 degrees. So as you can see, it's orange just like the illustration, but when it cools down, it becomes clear again. And that's because all of the glass within our furnaces has no color. It only is clear. We add color in different ways, different parts of the process. So today we're just making prototypes. So every year here at the museum, we have a gala, and these cups are made for that big celebration. So we'll go in with those jacks and we'll carve in a jack line. As we carve in that jack line, we will then reference that carved in line of tension to be able to take the glass off of the end of the pipe. So the jack line is a reference point. It indicates the beginning of the piece and the end of the pipe. But that is how we open up the piece. So we're making this cup upside down. So we're going to shape the bottom, then we'll work on the top later. So I add a little button of glass onto the bottom. We'll add a little bit of glass onto the bottom there to protect the end of the cup. And we just have to put a little bit of a protection because it's very thin. So the art of making goblets is not easy at all because you have to be able to stack the bits of glass on top of each other, each part that you make, and it needs to be able to stand up straight. And that seems easy, but the glass is hot. It's above 1,000 degrees the entire time we're working, and it's very hot. So you can't actually physically touch it to make it stand properly. You have to know how to manipulate the pole and the tools to be able to place it all precisely together while it is horizontally stacked. Yeah, you can take pictures. So we'll get to the next part, and we'll add some more details to stack the goblet all the way up. So we'll let it cool itself down, and there's a little small access point. We're gonna get the glass really hot, and then we're gonna go in and open up that little hole to expand it out to make it drinkable. So here are some of our decanters from yesterday that have color, and they look different over here. Oh, they didn't. He didn't take them out yet. There's some that look like they were dug up, so they're like ancient. So now we'll open up this cup. Once this cup is open, we're going to place it into the garage where it has to rest. And so welcome to the hot shop. We're going to keep going in and out of that reheating chamber. The reheating chamber, can we see the glory hole diagram? So the reheating chamber rests at about 2,300 degrees. It only has heat. It doesn't have any molten glass. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. And like I said earlier, it rests at 2,300 degrees. So you know, like when you're at home and you're baking cookies in the oven and the temperature is set at what, 300, 350? So imagine that when you open the oven times maybe about 7 or 8. Super duper hot. So we have to go in and out of these reheating chambers to keep the glass nice and hot to be able to work it at the bench. And now Nick will come over, take this cup off of the end of the pipe. Well, he'll let Ben remove it off the end of the pipe, and then we're going to place it into the garage where it'll rest overnight. So next we'll go into the process of actually building. So these goblets that are on the podium here, they are not made all in one assembly. You have to assemble them bit by bit by bit in order for them to stand while, and you're making something stand vertically while it's positioned horizontally. So that's the tricky part. So you'll be able to watch the magic happen and come together in just a moment here. So great question. How is the glass colored? Because all of the color in the furnace is clear. So what we have, there are many different ways to color glass here in the hot shop. So we can roll the hot clear glass in crushed glass, which is called frit. We can put a little piece of colored glass over a clear bubble, which is called a color overlay. And so that'll give you a solid finish. Can we see the color overlay video to learn how the glass gets color?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So now that we've created the optic ball, we'll go on and we'll blow on a stem. So we have a hollow, kind of like a tube. We'll puff into it and clip it with our diamond shears. Our diamond shears are designed to cut in a 360. So in one snip will be removed from the hot glass, the high temperatures, and we can have the opposite glass blower remove that pipe. The stem is hollow. It adds to the design and it helps reduce the weight of just adding a lot of solid bits of glass. So it's kind of like when you're in the house and you're cooking in the kitchen, and sometimes you may touch something that may be hot and you don't realize it was hot, or sometimes the glass shard will shoot off of the glass, like very little small splinters of glass. They can remove themselves and fly a bit, and they will cut you and they do burn, but it's a part of the sport. It's kind of like riding a bike and you skin your knee. So, yes, sometimes you can get hurt. Is it dangerous? No, we're not being dangerous. So now that we've stretched that stem out and designed it, we've made it have more of like a line, and then it falls back out. We'll bring over another bubble, which will function as the foot, which is how the goblet will be able to stand. And so we'll go in, blow, create the bubble. The bubble will then be opened up into a disc to be able to stand properly. And this is how you build the stem of the goblet, and then we add the cup onto the top. So what happens is we go over to the furnaces, but pay attention. We're going to open up the bottom and spin it out really fast. So we'll knock off the additional glass by tweezing and carving into it. I meant, and then we'll go into that little access point and spin it open. So now that we've spun it out, it functions as a disc. We'll be able to assist it with standing with this type of foot at the bottom. We're going to take the cup out of the top, out of the garage. The garage, it rests from 18 to 800 to 1,000 degrees. My last question was, how do we get the glass? So what happens is we'll go over here to the furnace. The furnace are these large silver tanks with the doors on them, and when you open this door, there's a large pot of glass. And so what happens is as we continue to dip into the furnace, the levels of glass start to slowly decrease. And so we have to recharge the furnaces. And so our hot shop technician's job is to refill the furnaces once a week or once every other week, depending on how much we use. And so can we please see the charging the furnace video to learn how we get the glass?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art.
No, it'll be over by the time you get out.
The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So we're gonna take the cup out of the garage, and then it's gonna go over to the top of the stem, and that's how we make goblets. And so pay attention, because it's gonna happen quickly. And so now we'll take the cup out of the the cup out of the garage. We'll put a little bit of glass that'll function as glue on top of the stem. So we'll go back into the reheating chamber to give the goblet one more good flash. All right, we'll get a little bit of water on the back of there. We'll knock it off. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. It'll go into the annealing oven where it'll rest overnight. It cannot stay in the natural environment because it will shatter due to the thinness of it. And it's like an onion. The rate that it's cooling, the inner layers and the outer layers are cooling at different rates due to gathering over the glass. So before they get started on the next piece, one of my school friend visitors here, Nora, it is her birthday today. So can we all sing Nora happy birthday on the count of three? Ready? 1, 2, 3. I hope you have a wonderful birthday, Nora, today. And as we get back into the glass process, we'll blow into the end of the pipe by gathering from the furnace. The furnace is a large ceramic tank that holds up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass at 2,100 degrees. So one of our long-standing programs here at the Museum of Glass is known as Kids Design Glass. And so for all my youth that are 12 and under, I encourage you guys to participate in our Kids Design Glass program. If your illustration is chosen, one piece stays with you and then one piece stays with us for our collection to be rotated. Can we please see the Kids Design Glass video to learn a little bit more about the program? Can we please see the Kids Design Glass video?
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen, the ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like the inside is all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, you know, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, you know, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, you know, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and you know, it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special. Yeah.
Hello, welcome to the Hot Shop. I hope you guys are having a good tour. I hope you guys have had a wonderful gallery tour. Here in the Hot Shop, we're going to see how things are made. I'll explain to you a little bit about the process of what you looked at while you were in the galleries. My name's Emily, and if you have questions, raise your hand one at a time, and I'll answer your questions as we go along. Today here in the Hot Shop, we're making goblets, and so right now, we're knocking the stem off. So pay attention. We're going to take the stem to where it's standing upright. We have built it horizontally to the right, so it'll be able to stand up when we're finished. So now what we're going to do is place the cup on. So can we see the diagram of the goblet? So the goblet is built in a way that we have to start with the top. So we start with the cup portion, and the cup, after we make it, it's referred to as a bowl on the illustration. So we made the bowl portion of the illustration if you look up at the big screen. And right now Gabe is getting it ready in the garage. So he's rotating it, he's gonna bring it out, and he's gonna place it on top of the stem in a moment. So as you can see, the goblets here on the podium, they're made in multiple different parts. It's not just one thing. It has to be precisely stacked, so then it'll be able to stand up on its own. If you do it all in one shot, it could run the risk of potentially breaking while you're making it due to them being so thin and frail. Okay, thank you. And now we're gonna put a little bit of glue on there at the bench, which is glass, hot glass. And then we'll bring over the top. And you guys are watching one be put together, so this is the end of the process, but you'll watch the start also in a moment. Tap it and remove it. So we'll go in and out of the reheating chamber. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So we're gonna go in and out of this chamber to make sure it stays hot, to make sure the glass stays hot during the process. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and it rests at 2,300 degrees. The hollow fire bricks are with what can withstand the high temperatures. There's only heat, no molten glass inside of the reheating chambers. Thank you. We'll put a little drop of water on the back of the pipe there. We'll get under it and catch it off. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. Clap it up. Into the annealing oven it'll go because it can't stay here in the natural environment due to thermal shock. It will crack. And so what that means is that the inner layers and the outer layers, they cool at different rates because it's like an onion gathering the layers, right? And so we have to place it there so it can be brought down all the way back down to a cool temperature without cracking. So one of our programs here designed for the youth 12 and under is our Kids Design Glass program, and that is what allows for you all to be able to participate in the glass art activities of submitting an illustration, and if it's chosen, one piece is made here in the Hot Shop and the other piece goes home to you and your family. So to learn a little bit more about this program, can we see the Kids Design Glass video? Can we see the Kids Design Glass video?
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen, the ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like the inside is all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, you know, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, you know, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, you know, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and you know, it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special. Yeah.
So now we'll go in and add another bit to the end to protect the bottom of the cup. So this will act as like just a protection so that it doesn't when we add more bits, it doesn't crack the bottom. It's very, very thin. So it's just a protection bit of glass. So we got all of our glass from the furnace. Can we see the furnace diagram, or we get the glass from the furnace and then we blew into the pipe to make a bubble, which will function as the cup? The furnace is a large ceramic tank here that's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it holds about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. So he said, what's the hardest piece of glass we've ever made? And I said that this is hard. This is very, very hard to stack the glass, to keep it from shattering. It's very, very thin. So all of the steps it takes to do this, it shows how well trained they're able to have hand-eye coordination and stack the glass to where it stands up properly. And so this is a skill set that one has to master in order to complete. It usually can crack before you get halfway through and it breaks off the stick. Yes. Thank you for that diagram. Can we see the frit diagram with the creature? So if you look up at the big screen there, you'll be able to see this is how we can add color to glass just one way, but a lot of color. Our kids' design glass will always have tons of different colors because that's how the kids love it, colorful. So now we'll continue to go in and out of the reheating chamber. We have to make the cups. We're making goblets for our annual gala. And so can we please see some of the past decanters and goblets? So these goblets here, we have to make the top before we can build the entire stem. And then after we build the entire stem, we'll put the tops onto the stem to create the full goblet. If you look up at the big screen there, you'll see some past goblets and decanters. So it'll rest here in the garage until we're able to build the stem and then stack the cup on top. So we'll start by gathering the glass, and as you can see, it starts in this bubble, in just like a lava form, super duper hot at the end of a rod here. And then we're gonna blow into the rod to create the bubble, which creates these cups. So we'll blow into the end of the pipe there as we shape the glass, so it'll expand that bubble. So now as you can see, the hot glass, it likes to stick to hot steel. And so we're able to gather it, and we must keep rotating all the time. So what we're doing here is we're adding some hot glass to the bottom, and then you'll see in a moment, as we gather it on and then shape it, we'll add another layer. You'll see him in a moment add some design to the surface of the glass. So he'll dip into a mold there. Can we see a mold diagram? If not, it's okay. A pineapple mold would be proper, or just any type of mold so they have an understanding. So what he did was that bit of glass that she added, he dipped it into the mold. This is an example of what happens when you dip glass into mold. It chills on the surface. And so that's what the inside looks like, not this one. This one created low and high points like a Ruffles chip. So what we did here is we created, so we froze the low and high points into the top layer so we can have design. Thank you for the mold. Thank you. So we'll go in and carve in a line of tension. This is a reference point to assist with removing the glass off the pipe. So we're going to carve in that line of tension just a little bit more. And as we continue to carve in that line of tension, what it does is it cinches, and as it cinches, then it will create a lot of stress. Glass doesn't like to be stressed out, and it doesn't like to be weak. It wants to be happy and like melting and rounded and proper and thick. So we stress it out so much that it'll naturally break off when we need it to. So as we continue to blow into the end of the pipe, it will expand that bubble. So we'll go in and slowly start to tweeze out the opening. Welcome to the Hot Shop, everyone, here at the Museum of Glass. My name is Emily. I'll be your MC for the afternoon. So what we're making is the top portion of a goblet. The goblets are designed to be paired with our decanters. Our decanters are fancy. It's a fancy name for a pitcher because they're fancy. They're for our Red Hot Gala. The gala is in September. Can we see some of our years past decanters and goblets? So we make 2 goblets and 1 decanter to go with a set that is then sold at the table that evening or before the evening, well, on that evening. And so you'll see every year the decanter's different, and so you'll have an exclusive pick of your own from a variation of one of these decanters here on the podium. And then the goblets are designed 2 for each one of our decanters. So now we'll go in and slowly prepare this cup to be removed from the pipe. So we knocked the cup off the pipe and we're placing it into the garage. The garage is 800 degrees on the left side, or I'm sorry, it's 800 degrees on one side and it's 1,000 degrees on another side. And so what this means is that it's cool and it's hot. For us, it's very, very hot. But for glass, 800 is lower in temp, and then 1,000 helps it get slowly hotter, ramp it back up. So the process starts by dipping in the furnace with a stainless steel rod because hot glass likes to stick to hot steel. And so you see it's orange. Can we see the furnace diagram? So we'll dip into the furnace there. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It's like dipping into a jar of honey. So as we rotate that hollow steel pipe, we have to keep it rotating. Because the glass rests at 2,100 degrees, it is so hot that when we take it out, it just wants to fall to the ground. So as you can see, what he did was he blew into the end of the pipe and he capped it, which created a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon. And this is the catalyst for things made hollow in glass. And so right now, we're making the bowl portion, which functions as the cup we drink from in the goblets. We have to make the tops before we are able to put the stem together and attach the whole cup. We moved on, just kidding. We're actually making the optic ball. Can we see, in a moment, not yet, can we see the diagram for the goblet so they know where we are in the process? So if you can see on the big screen there, this is the optic ball. We're blowing it up. Can we see the goblet diagram? So we've created the bowl portion. Right now we're on the optic ball portion. And then everything else will be designed in to their own liking. So everything is created, crafted, placed together horizontally, and they're able to stack it vertically, or stand it vertically later. Thank you. So we'll bring over a little bit of glass. This little bit of glass. We'll add another bit of design to the stem. So he'll shape that up. It may function as a connection point. So he'll go in and squeeze with his jacks and carve into the glass. So that created our Avolio disc. I mean, our Avolio, the little spacer. So it functions as a spacer between the object ball and the stem. And now we're gonna turn it upside down. And then Gabe will bring over an additional bit of glass. So watch as he adds it on. Can we get the camera on the placement? So we're gonna blow on a hollow stem. So we blow on pieces for design, and it will make the stem a bit lighter. It'll make the goblet a bit lighter instead of solid pieces of adding glass. So now he'll go in and start to carve into the glass to add some design to the stem. So we're creating the bottom portion that we're gonna spin out at the bottom to be the disc, but it's blown on. So in a moment, he'll come over and he'll blow a bubble onto the bottom of the stem that they have been constructing, and then he's gonna open the bubble up to spin it out into a disc. So now pay attention to how he cleans up this bubble. So he'll go in with his jacks and he'll squeeze the bubble, and then Sarah will knock off the extra glass that he is slowly carving off. So we'll go in with our diamond shears, we'll cinch it, and then she'll knock it off. And then when she knocks it off, you'll see a little hole at the bottom to where he can spin that bubble out. It happens quick, so pay attention. So to make sure it's nice and flat, Sarah will go in and follow as we rotate back and forth to make sure that with that wooden paddle, just to flatten it up properly. And so the next part is placing on the top, and that is how we finish it off. And so as you can see, it doesn't take long, but we have to move very quickly. The glass is very thin. We don't want it to get too cold, and it has to all be done within a rhythm that it all stays together and hot. So Sarah's creating a transfer rod, which means that we will take the stem off of the initial pipe we started with. She'll place this little bit of a connection bit of glass onto the end of the stem they are creating or they've created. And then watch as he hits the pipe against the steel rail and it helps the goblet pop off. So we'll place on that transfer rod at the base. Pinch it, knock it. That little knock with all that tension helps it remove from the end of the pipe. And now in just a moment, we're gonna have a little bit of glue be placed on top of the optic ball, and then Gabe will bring over the cup, and then you'll see the goblet come together. So now, as you can see, we came out of the glory hole, gave it a little flash. We're gonna make sure that it is properly rotating on axis. If it's rotating without wobbling, that means it'll be able to stand upright. To be able to master the ability to build and stack a goblet like this is a skill set that you have to harness over time. It's not easy. Typically when they get started, sometimes the tops just break off constantly because it's not warm enough because it's so thin. And so what you're watching is a group of people who are skilled to be able to create something like this the first time, and it doesn't have any sort of hiccups or breakage. And so watching goblets be placed together properly like this is definitely a treat. So if you're interested in participating we changed the surface. We changed the surface. I did not notice that. We went over to the powder booth and we sifted on some powder on top to change the surface. And as you can see, we've added color. Pretty, like that, love that. So add a little bit of water, tap the pipe. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. And then we have to put it into the annealing oven where it'll rest and cool down overnight because it has so many layers after we gather and create different bits that the inner layers of the glass and the outer layers will cool at different rates, and we don't want them to shatter. So it'll catch it at a certain temperature and bring it all the way back down. So if you guys want to create like fine artists do, you guys can participate in our Kids Design Glass contest, which means that you'll submit an illustration, and if the Hot Shop team chooses your illustration, then one piece will go home with your family. One piece will stay here in our exhibited collection, just like in the Grand Hall or in the Art Alley, you'll see the Kids Design Glass program. So this is one of our longest-standing programs that is designed to inspire the youth, as long as you're 12 and under, to create like fine artists do. So can we see the Kids Design, oh yeah, you guys didn't see the video, right? Can we see the Kids Design Glass video?
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings, and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen, the ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like the inside is all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, you know, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, you know, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, you know, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and you know, it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special. Yeah.
Welcome to the Hot Shop. For those of you who are just joining us, we are making goblets. Right now, we're blowing on an additional bubble at the bottom of the stem, which will function as the foot, and it'll be spun out and opened up into a disc to help the goblet stand up properly. The goblets and decanters are created for our annual Red Hot Gala. Red Hot, it produces about 50% of our operating funds, and so the decanter and the goblets will be set on the table. And usually, if you get the table, usually you purchase the year's style of goblets and decanters, and so not all of them, but one of these designs will be the official goblet, and then the decanter. This year's theme is like enchanted forest apothecary vibe, and so you'll see that within this assortment of decanters. Can we see the year's past goblet and decanter set? And now that we've added on that bottom, can we see the goblet illustration to learn how it's put together slowly? So as you can see, we have the bowl, the volio, the optic ball, stem and foot. So we have the foot, and now at the bottom of the foot, we're going to place a transfer rod. Thank you. We're going to add this transfer rod bit of glass to the bottom of the stem. He's going to pinch the glass, and it'll remove it due to how thin it is. Take it off of that pipe. Now that will allow us to be properly placed back right side up. And we're going to put a bowl onto the top of this stem. The bowl was pre-made earlier today, before you guys came in. A little bit of glue, and then we'll place the cup on the top. Tap it and remove that additional pipe. And that is how a goblet is assembled. We'll knock it off the pipe. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. And then we'll place it into the annealing oven there where it'll cool down overnight to prevent any sort of shock. It can't just cool in the natural environment. It can crack. And so it'll rest in there, and then we'll be able to touch it. So you can take it out and view it and stand it up the proper way. And in just a moment, we'll get started with the process all again. The process will start by dipping into our furnaces. Can we see the furnace diagram? And within the furnaces is where all the clear glass is held. The furnace is a large pot. It's the 2 silver pots with the doors on the front of them here in the hot shop. And as we dip into the furnaces and we constantly remove that glass, we have to refill the furnaces with glass in order for us to constantly be able to work. They're powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And they rest at about 2,100 degrees. Can we learn a little bit more about how we get the glass here in the hot shop? Can we see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other 2 main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime or calcium oxide to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So now we'll add a little bit of glass on the bottom just to protect the bubble. And this functions as the cup. And the reason why we have to protect it is because when we add the additional rod, we don't want it to interfere with breaking that thin wall of glass at the bottom, because they're designed to be made thin and fragile and dainty and light, and so that's the hard part of making a goblet, is that you want them to be thin, because then they're easier to hold. Welcome to the hot shop. Come on in and hang out with us. We're making goblets today. So that little bit of glass. Hey, let me know your idea. I can't talk much, but I can listen. Oh, it's okay. Where'd you lose it at? I don't know. Why are you crying? Are you really crying right now? So as you can see, we added another rod to the bottom with a little bit of glass to be able to open up the opposite side. So we're going to be able to access the cut portion. Okay, I'll call you right back. So now there's just a little hole in the front of this. I'll show you the diagram to help understand a little bit better. Can we see the goblet diagram? The goblet here are designed by creating a cup, then we'll create the stem, but first we have to make this cut portion because it takes a little bit longer than the stem portion, and so you'll see, I'll explain. So right now we're just working on this part. Can we see the goblet illustration? So right now we're at this bowl portion. We're gonna work on we're going to work on the stem, but it'll be a little bit different this time around. So I'll let you know as we go along. Thank you. So as you can see, we'll go in by pinching our grip, and as he widens his grip, opens his grip, it'll help open up the top of the cup. Can we see some of the past decanters and goblets that have been made for our annual Red Hot Gala? So this year we have been fiddling around with some of these ideas. It's like an enchanted forest. One of these will be the official design, accompanied with two goblets that will be placed on the table during the evening of our gala. These are the years past, and so each year gets an exclusive goblet set with one decanter, and they're able to be purchased that evening. Red Hot is a really fun celebration in glass, and it raises about 50% of our operating funds. And so this is how the designs are made. So you get to watch them be created here in the hot shop. And if you follow us along, then you'll be able to watch which exactly decanter we're going to have and the two goblets that we're going to have as well for that night. So what we did was we took it over to the powder booth and we sifted on some pigment onto the surface to change what it'll look like when it is done later, when it cools down. So we'll grab onto it. We'll grab onto it and then we'll place it into the garage where it needs to rest. It has to rest here so they can build the stem. What he did was he just sifted some powder on the top. Powder is color. Powder is glass also, so you have to sift it in the area. They do it so quickly, sometimes even I will miss it. And so they went over to the powder booth and sifted it on. The powder just changes the surface color, so it'll be that really pretty. I don't know exactly what color it is. It looks white, but it could be different in the end. How you guys doing? Yeah, for those of you who weren't here, we're making just the goblet portion. These are the decanters that we've practiced. We don't know which one will be the final one yet. Dip into the furnace, and as you can see, can we see the furnace diagram? We'll dip into the furnace, and as you can see, that glass looks orange, but it's not. It's clear. It's just very hot. The furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. As we gather the glass at the end of the pipe, we'll blow into it to create a bubble, similar to the shape of a balloon. So as you can see, we'll continue to grow the bubble by blowing into that pipe there. And then we'll go to the bench to start to shape the bubble. For things made hollow in glass, this tiny bubble is the start. This pipe is a lot smaller than what we usually use because these pipes are designed for goblet making, and so typically we have more glass, maybe a little bit bigger of a bubble to continue to build and expand glass. Dipping the hot glass that we added to the bottom portion of the bowl into the mold there will freeze into the surface of the glass, and it creates ruffles, as you can see there, kind of like a Ruffles chip, so it just has high and low points. that are frozen into the bottom of the cup. And what this does is it'll add a really pretty design to the bottom layer halfway through the cup. So we'll go in and refine those low and high points, those ridges, just at the tip there. So we have to go in and out of that reheating chamber a lot in this process because that glass is so tiny, it's thin, it's fragile. So our reheating chambers are designed to keep it hot so we can shape here at the bench. So can we see the glory hole diagram? The glory hole is designed to only reinforce the heat, and so it's powered by natural gas and forced air. It's only a reheating agent, and it rests at 2,300 degrees. It's lined with hollow fire bricks, which are able to withstand those high temperatures. Thank you. So as you can see, the design on the bottom of the goblet cup there. He'll go in and add more by carving in with the jacks. The jacks are a great tool that are used for shaping and carving. We'll just glue on a little bit of glass to protect the base of our cup before we transfer it from this initial blowpipe. So we'll place on that transfer rod to the bottom of that little bit of glass that we placed at the bottom of the cup. And then he'll focus on cinching. He'll focus on cinching the glass right there where he started. Or, well, maybe we'll see what he does to remove it from the blowpipe. So he'll pinch it, knock the pipe, and it'll remove the glass. So the Hot Shop team here work here in the Hot Shop daily. This is the core team, and then we have a Hot Shop technician and a cold worker because many things we do hot, we need them to be cold work to stand up properly. We sifted some powder onto the surface to change the color from clear to pigmented. It may be this color in the end, closer to it, or it may have a different finish. We'll see as we go along in the process. So these three artists have been working here with the Museum of Glass since we've opened, so more than 20 years now. And this is the team of people that artists and visiting artists apply to work with. They have a lot of intelligence behind them, and they help streamline people's process. And they also educate them in regards to how to make what they're making just a little bit easier, and then they'll help mass produce one item. So then people can have their visions brought to life through the medium of glass. And what the idea was when the Hot Shop was designed, Chihuly didn't want it all to be just about him. And so he opened up this facility for artists of all walks, of different mediums, to be able to bring their visions to life here. And the best part is you get to have a team create your work, and you can narrate the process. You can get in on making your item with the team, Or you can just sit back and say, I want this. If you never touched glass before and you don't know how, so say if a painter came along and they got a residency, or if a carpenter came along and he got a residency, they just come and hang out and watch it all unfold. And what it does is it creates another medium to their portfolio, which then allows them access to different maybe let's say exhibits, or they can then think in a different way and just create in a different way. And so that's what the purpose of the Hot Shop Studio is here at the Museum of Glass. And this is the core team, the dream team that designs your glass. You can clap it up for them, totally. So, watching something like goblets be made, it also speaks to their ability to have a great hand-eye coordination and master the medium of glass. And it's very thin, fragile, hard to stack properly while in a horizontal position. And so you have to be able to have a good rhythm and flow to do something so quickly, because they're moving very, very fast. But because you're not doing it, you don't feel that, right? And so to successfully create goblets, you have to know exactly what you're doing, when to do it, how to do it, when to keep it hot, how to transition to the next step. And now we're on to the next step. Right now we are creating, I believe, the stem portion, which will complement the top of the cup. My name's Emily, and if you have any questions, feel free to shout my name out. We're making goblets for our Red Hot decanter and goblet set. Can we see some of our years past decanters and goblets? And now that we've created that spacer in between the object ball and the foot, we're going to add on an additional part. So now we're gonna go in with our jacks and slowly carve into the glass, remove that excess glass on the right side of the jacks, and then it'll create a hole. So we'll go into the powder booth to sift just a little bit of powder onto the surface, which will match the top of that cup that we created. And then we're going to go into the reheating chamber to melt the surface, the glass into the surface, the powder glass, that is, because it's adding pigment to the surface of the glass. So we'll go in with that transfer rod, place it on the bottom of the stem portion of this goblet, and then he'll cinch it on top of the volio ball, and then remove the stem from the pipe. And so what we did in the annealing oven, in the glory hole, is we have reduced the environment, what's called a reduction flame. And so that means we have reduced how much oxygen is in the environment. And the glass, the color, it has metals inside of it. And so what happens is that it oxidizes the surface. And so the oxygen is looking for, the metal is looking for oxygen. So it's climbing to the surface. So it creates this really, really pretty iridescence on the surface of the glass. And so it looks like the glory hole's on fire, but it's not. It's intentionally creating that environment. It's called a reduction flame. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. Another beautiful goblet has been created. Let's clap it up. Can we see some of the years past goblets and decanters? This year we're doing an apothecary vibe. It's an enchanted forest we're going for. One of these decanters will be chosen, and it'll be accompanied by 2 goblets My name's Emily, and if you have any questions, raise your hand or just shout my name out. We're going to get started in just another minute. Give us just a second to regather ourselves. So in order to gather glass, we have to dip into the furnace, and hot glass likes to stick to hot steel. And then we'll blow into the end of the pipe there as he's done. They're blowing into the pipe, and he's going in to carve in different points of the glass. This will be our jack line. That's our reference point, which indicates the bottom of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. But right now we're working on the stem portion of our goblets. We're creating goblets today. Welcome to the Hot Shop. Hope you guys are having a lovely Thursday afternoon, or almost afternoon. Can we see the goblet diagram? So right now we're on the optic bulb portion of, and they design their stems however they'd like. I never know exactly which direction they'll go, which is fine. But right now we're on the optic bulb portion of the goblet. Put a little bit of glass on to add to the design aspect. So when we dip into those furnaces, they rest at about 2,100 degrees, and that is where all the glass is held. Can we see the furnace diagram? So this is how the process will start, by dipping a stainless steel rod into the furnace, and that's how we get the material. And then we can manipulate the material from there by blowing it out or sculpting it without having to blow into it. So as you can see, Gabe has gathered glass from the furnace. It must stay rotating the entire time in order to keep it on the pipe. So we'll go in and out of that reheating chamber to keep the glass nice and hot during the process. Can we see the glory hole diagram? The glory hole is designed to keep the glass hot and to keep it from shattering. It rests at 2,300 degrees, and it's powered by natural gas and forced air. Thank you. We'll add a little bit of glass to the bottom. And then next we'll add an additional disc, a foot, so it'll be able to stand. These are for our annual Red Hot Gala. Red Hot contributes to about 50% of our operating funds, and every year, one decanter and 2 goblets are designed for the table, and it's always exclusive. It changes every year. So if you come, you'll be able to have the ability to purchase 2 handmade goblets and a handmade decanter, and you get to take it home and tell your friends all about it and how much fun you had here with us at the museum. But Red Hot's not until September 21st, so it's a bit of a ways away, but you can plan on coming now if you're interested. Just follow us online, museumofglass.org, to learn more about it. And now we're gonna blow a foot onto the bottom. We blow on the stem, we blow on the foot. It adds less weight to the end result of the goblet. The stems don't always have to be blown on. Sometimes they're hollow. I mean, sometimes they're solid and sculpted. Can we see some after they blow the foot on? We'll go on, lay it down, rotate the pipe, snip it, and then he's gonna open up this bubble and spin it out into a disc. Can we see some of the years past Red Hot goblet and decanter sets? If you look up at the big screen there, you can see some of the sets from previous years. So as you can see, he quickly opened up that little bubble. It'll function as a foot, and now we're going to move to the next part of the process, which means we'll add the cup to the top of the stem. We'll transfer the goblet stem off of this pipe, and then add the top portion. We do everything upside down before we can turn it right side up, and that is because if we need to have access to air, we have to reinforce the air while post shaping. Sometimes the air can seep out a little bit due to heat and shape, like force, and so that is why we have to do things upside down before we turn them right side up. The beauty of being able to create goblets this quick and proper. Oh, we're gonna go over to the powder booth. Can we catch them in the powder booth by chance somehow? It happens so quick. Oh, there we go, we get to see it. So in the powder booth, we're sifting on pigment to the surface layer to add some color to the glass. And then they're gonna reduce this color because when you have glass color, it contains metals. And that is how the color is made. When you reduce the environment in a moment, we're going to make the environment lack oxygen. The metals will, you can oxidize something, or you can bring the metals to the surface by reducing the oxygen in the environment, which we can control here in the furnaces. And so that means we can make it become more gold or more silver or more iridescent. And so that's the scientific cool part about the process. We'll add that transfer rod, knock the pipe will cinch the jack line. Knock the pipe, and then it'll help remove it. It's so thin and fragile that just a tap of the pipe will remove it. After, not this one specifically, but around the 1 o'clock hour, we will take a lunch break, and then we will return to the hot shop in about 1 hour after lunch. A little bit of water there at the connection point. We'll get under it with the tongs, tap the pipe, and the vibrations will help send it off. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. And then it'll go into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight to prevent any sort of shock or stress fractures. Welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. As we allow other guests to come in and sit down, the Hot Shop team will come in and get started in a few as well. So just give them a moment to get started. And, oh, there we are. And give the guests a moment to come on in and have a seat. My name's Emily. Thank you guys for hanging out with us today. And in just a sec, I'll explain the process of what's happening here in the Hot Shop today. So the process starts by dipping into our furnace. Our furnaces are the large tanks that hold all the molten hot glass. It's kind of like dipping into a jar of honey. And hot glass likes to stick to hot steel, so as we rotate, we'll then come out and have a nice little gather at the end of the stainless steel pipe. It looks like it's orange because it's hot. Can we see the furnace diagram? So as we dip into the furnace there, they'll rotate that pipe. Can we see the furnace diagram? And as you can see, even on the illustration, it represents orange, but when it cools down, the glass is represented as orange there, but when it cools down, it will cool down to clear. The furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It can hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and it rests at 2,100 degrees. We'll blow into the end of the pipe to create a bubble. Today we are making goblets. Goblets are going to, 2 goblets will be set with a will be in a set with a decanter. The decanter and goblet set are then sold at our annual Red Hot Gala. Red Hot produces about 50% of our operating funds here at for the Museum of Glass. It's a night out. And it celebrates the museum and glass and all the efforts we put in all year long with different artists and creating all different sorts of ideas here in the Hot Shop, bringing them to life. And so we'll have 2 goblets and 1 decanter on the table that will be available for purchase. I think I said that it's in September is when the gala actually happens. And so, as you can see here in the process, we are continuing to blow that glass out to create a bubble. We're working on the top portion of the goblet. There's some goblets on the podium there. This portion of the goblet is the cup or the bowl. We'll make some cups, and then we'll put them into this silver oven here, this big silver oven. And then we'll make the stem separately. Both parts take some time, so they're built separately, then they're assembled together towards the end. Can we see some of the past Red Hot goblets and decanters from previous years? So every set is made exclusively for that year. So every year it changes. And so you get to have, if you purchase a set, you'll be able to have an exclusive set aligned with that year. Can we see the goblet diagram? So for the goblets, we'll create different parts, either creating them together or both parts separate, the stem and the cup. But on this cup, we put an avolio disc. It's like a spacer between the stem and the cup. So what Gabe has is a little bit of color on his rod. So he'll prepare. So we've currently created the top portion, the bowl and the avolio. We knocked it off that initial blowpipe, and now we're going to start to open up the cup portion so it actually, you can drink from it to make it a bit more functional. We're making goblets today. There are goblets here on the podium for you to see some final results of what a goblet looks like. They're all handmade here in the hot shop. And for those of you who are just joining us, these are for Red Hot, and the goblet, one of the decanters will be chose. That'll be paired with 2 goblets, and this set is sold during the gala. And the gala happens in September. So we'll go in and out of this reheating chamber to keep the glass nice and hot while we're working it. When it starts to turn orange, that's how you know it's nice and soft to be able to manipulate the shape. Can we see the glory hole diagram? The glory hole is powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and the temperature is kept at 2,300 degrees. It's lined with hollow fire bricks that can withstand those high temperatures. There's no molten glass inside of the furnace. The reheating chamber, only inside the furnace. Thank you. So as we go back into the reheating chamber, we'll get the lit portion and some of the body hot enough for him to go in and open up that little access point to make it into a functional cup. So we'll gather some more glass and then blow into the pipe to create another little bubble. And this is how the process starts. This is how we make the cup portion. So when he blows into the pipe, it'll create a bubble. Everything that he does is intentional in regards to shaping and rotating that pipe. There's a reason why he wants the glass to go in certain directions, all for the end result of creating that cup that he just put away. They put the cup into the garage here, which is where items are parked to be reworked into the process. Like I said earlier, we work on the top and then we'll work on the stem and then we'll assemble them all together using hot glass. So now we're blowing into the pipe again for those of you who were not here for the beginning of the last cup. With the jacks, he'll go in and be able to carve into the glass. So as he's carving right here, when he carves at the end of the pipe, he's creating a jack line. This is a line of tension. It's also a reference point to be able to take the glass off the pipe at a different point in the process. So that jack line helps move the bubble away from the end of the pipe a bit. And what we do is we have to work on the bottom before we can work on the top. So we're going to add little bits of glass that will function as like the parts. So we'll have a little button of glass to secure the bottom portion of the cup, and then we'll put on the Avolio spacer that functions between the optic ball and the actual cup itself. Does that make sense? Yeah, what's your question? You don't need a lot of air. A little bit of air, cap it, and then the bubble comes out the end. You just need a little bit of air. You don't need a lot of air. If you have a lot of air, you can blow it out. It's so hot. It's like blowing bubble gum. It's so hot and soft. You go, whew, it'll blow out. No, it becomes like it always depends on what you make for how long something takes. I'd have to look at it and maybe guess, but it can take 1 hour, it could take 3 hours for one piece, it could take 30 minutes for a bowl. It depends on what we're making. These are made kind of quickly because they're just clear. So when we add color to the glass, that adds another step into the process. Today, we're only taking clear glass from the furnace and we're sculpting it at the end of the rods here. So now we're going to put on just a little button to protect the bottom of the cup. We're gonna add an Avolio an Avolio spacer next. So now we'll add it. Place a transfer rod at the end of this cup portion. That transfer rod has a little bit of glass on the bottom that's nice and hot. We'll remove it. When we remove it, we're going to go back into the reheating chamber to heat up the lip. Can we see the furnace diagram? So there's only hot, hot, hot glass inside of this silver cylinders with the doors on the front of them. But when he goes into the reheating chamber, there's no lava in there, so no molten glass. The glass is in here. When you open that door, you'll be exposed to that crucible, which is the orange part full of glass within the furnace. So as we continue to dip into the furnaces to take the glass out, the glass levels start to become low, and then our hot shop technician recharges. So he refills the furnaces when it's necessary, once a week, once every 2 weeks. It depends on how much work we're putting out of the hot shop, which means how much glass we're using. Can we see the charging the furnace video to learn how the furnace gets glass?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
He'll go in with those jacks and slowly open his grip and ride the wall there to be able to expand that little entry point. So when we place pieces in the garage, we have a cool side, which is 800 degrees, and we have a hot side, which is about 1,000 degrees. And so that's where glass is held, and that's cool for this type of glass because it's coming out of such high temperatures. It'll hold it. It won't continue to melt. High enough to hold it, but not hot enough to melt it. And then we'll take it out the garage, flash it, and attach it to the stem. We're just taking the cups and placing the cups there. It's easier. They always say it's easier to make a few cups and then whip them out, in opposition to make a cup, make a stem, make a cup, make a stem. And so they just like to do it with more cups in the bank. Tap it off and then slide it into the garage. Can we see inside the garage at all? If we can, you guys may be able to see inside the garage. If we can't from the big screen, then you guys can walk across the top of the balcony here. And you can look in the garage from the balcony. As you can see that it's heated inside of there. There's a fire, kind of like a fire pit. I mean, sorry, a fireplace. We'll go in with some color, snip it with our diamond shears, and then we'll torch it, and we will stamp it with the cone logo. We'll add a little bit of glass to create an additional spacer. We'll go in with a paddle just to guide the glass. So being able to watch them create in an open space is like a really fun treat, because watching them make things properly the first time, it's always mind blowing, because it takes people a few times to try to create one thing, and they've been working with the glass for so long that they're able to execute their ideas from, illustration or vision to completion. Sometimes just once, and then they'll say, well, I want to do it a little bit better, so they'll try again. And so stacking a goblet or making a goblet, it really speaks to how you are able to harness this material and properly create the same thing multiple times. And so, as you know, making anything handmade, to mass produce it multiple times, the same duplication or the same idea, it's never easy to make it similar. So he blew on a bubble, and the bubble will be shaped and cleaned up to be turned into a disc, which will function as a foot. And so that is how the bottom of the goblets are created. We're making goblets, and we worked on some decanters over the last couple days, weeks. And these will be put on the table at Red Hot, and they'll be sold. 2 goblets, 1 decanter. That is in September. That is our annual gala. So if you have any interest, follow up with us online. Come to the gala. So as we go in and out of that reheating chamber, it is only designed to keep the glass very hot and away from any sort of thermal shock as we go through the process of making whatever object we're trying to make, which today is a goblet. So we'll go in and follow that foot with the paddle. The paddles are made from wood. They just look black because they've been burned so many times by the hot glass, which is positive. That means they're well used. And now we'll put this connection point, the transfer rod, onto the end of the stem. And we'll remove the stem from the pipe so we can place a cup on top. So it can be a functional goblet with a stem. A little bit of glass will function as glue, and then the head will be, the cup will be attached. And then as you can see, that is how you build a goblet. So when they walk over, when you pay attention to when they take the rods constantly over to those buckets, one has water, one has nothing in it, and the pipes will clean themselves like self-cleaning mechanism. And so you shock it, and then you put it into the empty bucket, and it pops off. And then they put them back into the pipe warmers, and then they just reuse them. Oh, that's a good. So this is a really cool way to see how glass will be, the color it'll be at the very end. If you really want to know, this temperature of this annealing oven is held at 890 degrees, and now it's ramping back up because we opened it. It drops really quick. It's ramping up by the second, 844, 845, 846. back to where it wants to be, resting at 890. Did I say 890? Yeah, 890. But the cool thing about watching them make items in clear is that you'll know what it'll look like when it's done. Can we please see the color overlay video to learn about how the glass gets color?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So now we'll get a piece of color bar nice and warm. I think we'll re-stamp, create the stamp motion we did again, like we did the last one. The color bar is what allows us to be able to add color to the glass. Welcome to the Hot Shop. We're making goblets and decanters, and the idea of this year's gala is for our Red Hot Gala, and the idea is like a mythical forest apothecary build your own vibe. And so, can we see some of the years past goblets and decanter sets? So we're making the goblets today. None of this is what's going to actually be what we had to choose, right? But they're just examples of what it means that I'm talking about. So every year we have a different set that goes along with the year. So an exclusive set of goblets and decanters go out every year, and this gala celebrates a night out in glass. You can bid on the live auction, bid on the silent auction. You can also purchase your goblet set with your decanter, and it's in September. So if you're interested, come on and hang out with us. It's a really fun time, and then at the end of the night we have a live demonstration. But right now in the Hot Shop, this is how a goblet is assembled, and this is not an easy task to do. Yeah, you can clap it up if you'd like. And so those were some of the past goblets and decanters. Here are some of the current creations we're working on. They're still doing their prototyping, so you're able to see that process unfold. My name's Emily, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to answer your questions. He'll go in and out of that reheating chamber a ton to make sure that the piece stays evenly heated. It's very, very dainty, very thin, and so we have to reheat it a good amount just so it stays nice and happy on the pipe. And then we'll put a little bit of water on the connection point. The water will then create thermal shock. We'll tap the pipe, the vibrations will release it, and we'll put it away. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. It'll go into that annealing oven that rests at 890 degrees, and it'll be pulled down slowly, cooled down slowly overnight back to room temperature. So the process of making a goblet all starts by dipping into the furnace. Can we see the goblet diagram? So the goblets are comprised of the bowl, the ovolio, the optic ball disc, and then the stem and the foot. And so after we create the bowl first, then we'll work on the stem, and then we connect the two. The stem and the bowl both take their own amount of time when you have to assemble it properly and shape it. So we do both separate, and then we connect it all, and all of it's hard because all of it is precise and all of it is hot, thin, and fragile. And watching them be able to make this really speaks to how they've mastered the material, their hand-eye coordination, and the ability to have a proper rhythm and flow to actually successfully produce multiples of these, either similar or exactly the same. And then you can get a closer look if you come down and look at the goblets on the podium there. My name's Emily, and if you have questions, feel free to shout my name out. I'll be happy to answer your questions. Thank you. So there you can see we'll dip into the furnace. The furnace is that large ceramic tank there. It's orange on the inside because it's full of hot glass, molten hot glass. Can we see the furnace diagram? Dipping into that furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. As you rotate that hollow steel pipe, the glass will gather at the end. You'll blow into it. It'll create a bubble similar to the shape of the balloon. When you lay it onto the countertop there, when you marver it on the table there, it'll help cool the glass down. We want it to chill, so when you blow into it, it doesn't blow out too much. Thank you. Blowing this bubble is the catalyst for many things made hollow in glass. Whenever we make items here in the hot shop, they can go into the store. So, like the really pretty pitchers over there that are great for holding drinks because they make it so cold. The glass is like a chilled beer glass, you know? So the glass holds the coolness, so it's super chilly. Those will go into the store. These are especially designed for our Red Hot Gala. And so we make 2 goblets and 1 decanter. We make a lot of sets, and they're sold during that gala. Did you see the years past decanters and goblet sets? Can we see the previous decanter and goblet sets from years past? Hi, guys. I hope you're having a beautiful day. We are making goblets, and today we're making cups. Fancy glasses. So if you look up at the big screen there, you'll be able to see past goblet with the decanter. So as we go in and out of the reheating chamber, we're keeping the glass nice and hot. Can we see the glory hole diagram? We only go into this reheating chamber to get the glass hot. There's no molten glass inside of the reheating chamber, only heat. And so it's powered by natural gas and forced air. It it rests at about 2,300 degrees. We'll go in to blow a little bit of air into the body. We can add air to it a little bit when we take it off the blowpipe. So that's what he just did with that cone, the little blow pipe on it. So now we'll remove this cup and we'll put it onto the pad there and then place it into the garage. The garage is a heated space where items can be held at a steady temperature to be reworked into the process. So it's high enough in heat to where it will not melt the glass, and it's hot enough to keep it safe. So into the garage it'll go, and then we'll start on the next step of the process. When you make goblets, you have to build your parts slowly because you want it to be successful, and slow and steady wins the race when you make goblets. Welcome to the Hot Shop. We're making goblets today. If you have any questions, let me know. My name's Emily. Thanks for hanging out with us. Have a wonderful afternoon, evening. So now we'll work on the stem portion of the goblet that we're creating. For those of you who are just joining, we are creating goblets today. So we'll bring over a little bit of glass, snip it with our diamond shears, and give a little heat to it just to cure that snip. So we're adding just a few details to the base of the goblet, the stem of the goblet. So we've blown the foot portion on. The foot portion will be carved out. So additional glass will be carved out, and then we'll tap it off and then open it up. So now that we knocked off that additional glass, we have an open circle. So we're going to open that up and spin it out to create a disc that'll function as the foot. So that's how the foot is placed on instead of it being placed on solid. And so it helps reduce the weight of the goblet. We want them to be weightless, thin, stylish, dainty, fabulous, of course. And to get fabulous, it's hard, but they make it look pretty easy. So we'll add a little bit of glue. It's glass, hot glass, functions as glue for the cut portion to be placed onto the top of the stem. And this is how you stack a goblet all the way up. How do they know when to do all the things that they do? He is using words or phrases that signal them to bring things to him. And so you guys might not be able to hear them communicating, but that's what's happening. And that's how you create a goblet. So every third Thursday here at Museum of Glass, we're open from 5 to 8. If you're ever interested in doing any hands-on workshops or working here by the furnace, you can go online and go to our programs and workshops tab to be able to get in on the action. You can do cold application of glass, which is fusing glass tiles, or you can come down into the hot shop and work with some local youth artists, the hilltop artists, and they'll guide you in the process of making your own type of blow your own experience. It's a guided workshop with a final result that you'll be able to see when you come into the situation, so when you come into the hot shop. As of now, we are creating goblets for our Red Hot Gala. Can we see our past Red Hot decanter and goblet sets? Every year we create an exclusive design for the gala that happens in September. It's not a very easy task to mass produce multiple of the same styles of glass. So what you're looking at are people who are able to work together, who have been here for well over 20 years now. And so they're a very strong, skilled team who can produce almost the same thing from muscle movement and memory, and they just know what to do to get it right. Oh, we're tapped it off the pipe. Let's give them a big round of applause. And it'll go into the annealing oven, which rests at a certain temperature to bring it back down to room temperature overnight. And that is how a goblet is made. We'll do it all again in just a moment. Stay with us, or feel free to maneuver through the galleries to have a better understanding of how things are made within the glass making process. You guys have any questions at all? So you are able to see how things are made in glass, in clear glass. But I wanted to just give you guys a view of what happens when we add color to the glass and the final form it takes. And so there are many different ways we can add color. We can do powder, crushed glass, or color overlay, which is color bar. And so there are various different applications of getting color into the glass. But can we see the color overlay method, the color overlay video, to learn a little bit about how the glass gets color?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
A little bit of glue at the bottom of the cup will protect just the bottom portion when we add different parts and transfer it off of this pipe. We'll add another bit of glass, which will function as the avolio, which is a spacer. Welcome to the hot shop. We're making goblets today in the hot shop, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Thanks for hanging out with us. Hope you guys are having a lovely afternoon. Can we see the goblet diagram? So right now we're working on the avolio portion of the goblet. We have created the bowl, which is the drinking part. And now we're on the avolio, and then next we'll start to work on the bottom portion of the goblet. Thank you. Which is the stem, which is building the components of the stem. They do it different from the illustration, so I just call it the stem, whatever it might look like. You'll see with us as we work together. Thank you. And now we'll bring a connection rod, a transfer rod with a little connection point, place it at the bottom of the cup, allow it to settle, and then if you pay close attention, we'll cinch the glass at the weak point, tap the pipe on the bench, and then it'll come off. As we go in and out of the reheating chamber, it rests at about 2,300 degrees. And that is what allows us to work the glass and keep it nice and hot. That little access point that we just removed from the blowpipe will open it up to become, a functional cup, functional lid. So now we'll slowly go into the access point, open up our grip, and it'll flare open the lip to make a functional cup. And then as we build these cups, we don't always assemble the stem and the cup at the same time. So it's part by part. You'll see it come together, though, rather quickly. It happens fast. And then we'll put it into the oven here where it'll rest in the garage. And the garage is a place where it's hot enough to where it won't continue to melt. So it's high enough to where it holds it, but not hot enough to where it continues to melt the material. So it stabilizes it and just keeps it happy and warm to be reworked into the process. Because glass wants to be warm and it wants to be happy. It doesn't want to be cold or else it'll crack, which is sad. So we're making another cut portion of the goblet. Can we see the goblet diagram? If you're just joining us in the hot shop, you'll see the cut portion of the goblet is being created now. We make a few cups, then we'll assemble a few goblets all the way together. We are making goblets for our annual Red Hot Gala, which raises about 50% of our operating funds. So 2 goblets will be paired with 1 decanter. As you can see, all of our samples of our prototypes here. We're figuring out which one will work well, which set will look the best together. And these are just ideas of what, just like, examples to show you all final ideas of what a goblet looks like after it cools down. Can we see some of the years past decanters and goblets? If you look up at the big screen there, you'll see that each year we've designed an exclusive set to be purchased by all of our guests that come and hang out with us for the Red Hot evening. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So as we go in and out of the reheating chamber, it'll allow us to keep the glass super duper hot so we can continue to expand that bubble. The glory hole is powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and it rests at about 2,300 degrees. That hollow fire brick barrel, that hollow, the hollow fire bricks inside of the barrel are with what can withstand those high temperatures. And then we'll go back to the bench to shape the glass. We're only making the cup portion of the goblets. Our goblets are designed for our annual gala. We're going to choose one of these decanters. They're all pretty cool. Apothecary shop vibes, mystical mythical forest are what we're going for. The idea of this one here is as if it's dug up from the ground, so kind of like ancient. This one has a really cool powder on top of it with an iridescent finish on the surface. So whatever one is chosen will be paired with 2 goblets to complement the decanter. So as we blow into the end of the pipe, he'll use his jacks to shape the glass. The jacks are great for shaping and carving. Sarah will dip into the furnace to gather a little bit of glass. This will be shaped into the avolio portion of the goblet, which functions as a spacer, just for design aesthetic. The glory hole, the furnace, it can hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. It rests at 2,100 degrees, and it runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And that's because instead of us turning the furnace off and the glass cooling, and then it can potentially, when it chills, it can potentially crack the crucible. And we don't want the crucible, we don't want it to compromise its integrity, because then if that breaks, we won't have a functional furnace. And so that's why we leave the furnace on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And plus, it'll take a few days for it to warm back up to those high temperatures to get all the glass nice and evenly heated. So it's better just to leave it on, keep it running, keep it hot, so we can constantly work. And now we'll attach a small bit of glass. This connection point will allow us to transfer the cup from the initial blowpipe to a transfer rod to be able to clean up the opposite side of the cup. My name is Emily, and if anyone has questions, shout my name out or raise your hand, and I'll be happy to answer your question. So now we'll knock the top portion, which is the cup, off of the pipe. We'll place it into the garage. The garage rests between 800 and 1,000 degrees. And this is high enough in temperature that the glass will be held steadily, but it was not high enough. It's not hot enough to where the glass will melt. So we'll blow into the end of the pipe and cap it. A bubble will come out of the end of the pipe. And this will be the start of our stem portion. We're going to craft the stem. When we blow into the pipe to make a stem, that means it'll be a hollow blown stem. And when the stems are hollow, they have really pretty style, thinner walls, and it helps reduce the weight of the goblet. We'll go in with our jacks and carve into the glass as we've pulled it out a bit. And what we'll do with the jacks is help drive the glass away from the end of the pipe. So as he moves his hand to the right, it helps elongate the glass. We'll go in with diamond shears and in one snip that cuts in an even 360, which makes it easier to remove that additional pipe and remove your hand from those high temperatures. The tools that we use during glass making are designed by glass makers, and so those diamond shears are for the process. They're just putting like little accent pieces, bits of glass for design on this portion of the stem. So he's adding a bit of color and then stamping it with a little stamp. So we'll use a little bit of glass to add to the stem portion of the goblet. So now we'll blow on an additional part. And so blowing things, creating them hollow first, and adding them, it helps, like I said earlier, with the design and reducing the weight of the goblet. Go into the glass and carve into that bubble, and then we'll knock the bubble off. We'll knock the extra glass off by cinching it. Tap it, and it'll remove the glass. And now we're gonna open up that bubble. It'll function as a disc, and that's how you get the foot. It'll stand. It'll make help the glass stand up properly. So now we've placed an additional rod. We'll tap the pipe and we'll remove the stem from that initial blowpipe we started by building this stem on. And then we'll start to clean up the stem and add the cup. The cup is made separately. It's placed into the garage where it's held at an even temperature. When it's taken out of the garage, we'll then place it on top of the stem. So now we'll take the cup out of the garage and place it on, and that's how you assemble. That's how you assemble a goblet. When we go in and out of this reheating chamber, the reheating chamber rests at about 2,300 degrees. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So the glory hole is powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and it rests at 2,300 degrees. The hollow fire bricks within that barrel can withstand those very high temperatures. That is only designed for reheating. It is not designed for any sort of, it doesn't have any molten glass inside of it the way the furnace does. That's where all the glass comes from, are these silver barrels here, these silver cylinders with the doors on the front. We have to go in and out of the reheating chamber to keep it all evenly heated. It's very thin, very fragile, so we have to go back and forth quickly. Keep it happy. Thank you. So now we'll give the tongs a little bit of a flash, and then that it's ready to be taken off of the the rod. A little bit of water on the back of that connection point, It'll create thermal shock. As the thermal shock sets in, the vibrations will help release the glass from the pipe. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. And then it goes into the annealing oven that rests at about 890 degrees. And so that oven will then bring it back down to room temperature over a steady period of time. So then tomorrow we can crack it and then be able to touch them eventually by some point in the day. But they can't just stay here in the room temperature because they'll crack. So we'll add some details to the stem of the goblet. The details are just to give it some features, just some qualities to add to it. And then next we'll connect on a little bit of glass to protect that bold portion of the stem. We'll add the foot, turn it right side up, and then we'll add the cup portion of the goblet. Can we see the years past decanters and goblet sets? So now we'll go in and place the foot onto the end of the glass there. It is placed on in the form of a bubble, and then it'll be cleaned up by carving out pieces of the glass. So carving out sections, knocking off the extra glass, and then opening up and spinning it out into a disc. So we'll open up the little access point that we did, or that we created by carving off the extra glass. And then he'll slowly open up his hand and it'll flare open the bubble. If you grip the jacks, they go in, they close, so it's a little needle point you're going in with. And then as you open up the jacks, it helps widen and open items or the glass up. We'll gather a little bit of glass, rotate it on the table, cool it down, and create a connection point to be able to remove the stem from the initial blowpipe so we can add the cup portion of the goblet.